Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sprints, and I have some people joining me. They have both been on my channel before, but do you want to introduce yourself and say what you are reading?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Leandra, the TBR0. I have not really been creating too much content on my own channel, but I have been having a lot of fun joining everyone on their sprints. So thanks for inviting us. What I'll be reading today, I'll be doing a lot of research because my thesis is due Friday, but when I need breaks, I think I'm going to get back into either Evelyn Hardcastle or the kind of cozy mystery read that I'm reading right now, which is A Half-Baked Murder, and that is actually set at a cannabis cafe, which has just been really fun. So yeah, I'm kind of like going to be balancing work and play.
Oh, that's my turn. I'm sorry. I'm Neva from Reading with Neva. Mostly I've been doing vlogs recently. I'm just gonna be honest, they're just easier. I'm not that good at like sit down videos. They make me nervous because I ramble. So we do vlogs a lot. They're very rambly also, but less rambly than sit down video. I also have a TBR game that's inspired by the Gilmore Girls, and right now there's like for the rest of this month we have the Stars Hollow-a-thon, readathon, Stars Hollow readathon. It's called Stars Hollow-a-thon, but that's very confusing. But it's based around my TBR game. Our next roll will be tomorrow. Today's Sunday, right? Yeah, so tomorrow. I also work nights, so my days are flipped around. That's really all. Sometimes my 5-year-old pops in, she thinks that this is her channel. So, yeah. Oh, and I'm reading Stolen Air by Sophie Lark. That's what I'm reading.
Hello, Tina. Not expecting Leandra and Neva. Well, here they are. Hello. Yeah, it does sound good. Who's the author?
Yeah, so the author is Emily George. Honestly, actually, I've mentioned it a few times in various sprints, and I think this might be the first time, Tina, that you've been on like sprints since I've talked about the book. But it's the first in a new series, which is really exciting. I got it as an ARC from Kensington. That's the publisher, and yeah, I feel like it's really progressive. The like main sleuth is 28, so a little bit younger. I feel like a lot of times like with cozy mysteries, they're a little bit older, which is like totally fine. I think that it's actually great representation for like women who are in their 40s and 50s, because like I feel like that's a demographic that a lot of authors like or readers don't really gravitate towards, which is kind of frustrating, like when publishers choose not to focus on those stories. But I am personally 28, so I really like that the main character is my age and I'm seeing what she's doing. But yeah, Tina, I'll let you know what I think.
Hello, Nina. People saying hi to each other, which is always nice.
Yay. What are you going to be reading, Sarah?
I'm going to be reading Lessons in Corruption by Gianna Darling.
Oh my gosh. That's actually, what is that about? Is it part of a series?
It's the first book in a series. It's a motorcycle club series. So dark romance.
Very fun. Oh my gosh. Yeah, super cool.
I'm only on page 6. I started reading it for like the Realmathon sprints earlier today, but I joined when there was like 5 minutes left. And then for some reason I didn't pick it back up, and that was like an hour ago. So only 6 pages in, don't know what I'm gonna think, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna love it.
I feel so badly. I'm joining everybody and doing Realmathon, and it was, it sounded really fun, and it is, but I've just been so busy lately, like doing other like tasks that I'm like, well, we always intend on like participating in every, readathon event, and then you're just like, life has different plans. So I kind of forgot about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have so much to do this week, so I don't know how much reading I'll get done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the oldest person on this stream, Nina, because I see Nina's comment at the bottom. I think.
Oh my gosh.
I'm the oldest person on the stream, and I'm 31. So
Mm-hmm. 31, all that knowledge. Honestly, you
Yeah.
know what? Like I'm very like I'm not that type of person who feels like oh, you know, like I'm turning 29 in September and I don't feel like oh no, I'm that much closer to 30. So I feel really fortunate because I feel like sometimes there's a lot of stigmas about getting older. So be proud that you're 31. You have lived such a life. You've got all this knowledge.
Truly, my 30s have been better than my 20s were. Like my
Hmm.
20s were they were a struggle for me. Like people talk about how like high school is the best time of your life. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely not. And then like my 20s were there were a lot of like trials in my 20s, you know what I mean? Like I
Mm-hmm.
had to go like I mean I went through a lot of hard things like growing up anyway, but then like my 20s it was like well now you have to go through hard things and live by yourself and figure out how to like navigate life, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
My 30s have been so much like just I don't know if easier is the right way because like
Mm-hmm.
clearly, we're still trying to like come out from like a pandemic, but like they've just I think I just care less,
Mm-hmm.
like, about what other people think, and, like,
Yeah, honestly, well, the
this
20s there's still a lot of pressure. You feel like there's still a lot of like what it will comparisons, like comparing someone because like up to this point, sorry, Sarah, we're like monopolizing the conversation. But like up to this point, you're kind of like well, I don't know, in grade school, you're always very aware of what everyone else is doing at the same time as you, at the same age. And then
yeah,
like the same goes with like, you know, whether you're entering the workforce or entering college. And there's like all of these comparisons going on. And I feel like by the time you hit your 30s, like you're just very aware that everyone is at different places in their life. So it's a bit harder to like compare and probably healthier not to compare. But yeah, yeah. So Sarah, how old are you?
16.
Ah, I knew
I'm
it.
almost
I was like,
17
he's
next month.
totally
I'll be
not in his
17.
20s yet. That is so funny. Look at all of us, different walks of
it
life.
gets
I
better,
love
I
it.
promise.
So,
Well, and now,
Nina,
like,
if you think that that is young, I'm a literal child.
I know.
this is, like, the
So
first time in
fun.
my life where I've had, um like, friends that are like, I'm the youngest person in my friend group currently.
Mhm.
It's the first time ever in my life that that's happened. Like, I've always either had, like, a few friends that were, like, a few months younger or older than me, which, like,
Mhm.
that's not even a difference, you know what I mean? Or I had friends that were younger. Like, I was, like, the big sister of the group, and, like, literally, I'm the youngest adult in my house.
Mm,
'Cause
mhm,
Mr. Reading Waniva is let me not age him up. He's 43 because
mm,
if he watched these back, he would be like, "Ma'am, clearly you don't know my age." And
mhm,
then Mariah is 39. She'll be 40 in
mhm,
July. So, like, I think that's what's made me be like, "Wow." Like, y'all because, like, I hang out with people that have children that are younger than my kid, and they are, like, in their mid-40s. Like, no, thank you. Like, I no.
mhm,
But, like,
mhm,
you know what I mean? So, like, their struggle is different because they have, like, two-year-olds that
mhm.
and I'm, like, out of that stage, and they're like, "Does it get better?" And I'm like, "Not really. She just got more sassy, so you're
Yeah, now
welcome."
she can talk back.
Right, and you're, like, giving advice to, like, people that are older than you, but it's, like,
Mhm,
not weird in the
yeah,
adult world. You know what I mean?
mhm. I will say what's so funny, the fact that, you know, we always talk about romance and like reading romances and like Neva and Sarah, you're both like you both read dark romance, whereas like I'm like I've never read a dark romance. I can't wait to try one, and I just think that's so funny that like realizing the age gaps of all of us and everything,
Yeah.
and it's just like oh my gosh, like Sarah knows more than I do about the dark romance genre.
Well, I think what's crazy too is, like, the first, like, dark romance or, like, smut that I ever read
hmm
was by Anne Rice. So, Anne Rice wrote a whole Sleeping Beauty retelling.
hmm
Absolutely not. First of all, it's terrible. I'm just gonna
Oh
be
no.
honest with you. But my mom had them, and she was like, I think I was like 14 or 15, and she was like, "You cannot read these books. Like, you can read these books on this shelf." Like, it was like
Mhm.
Dean Koontz and like Stephen King, but she was like, "You cannot read these, right?" And it had like the sleep. I don't even remember what the series is called, but I know the first book is called The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty. And so I stole it, of course, because like don't tell a teenager they can't read something. You know what I mean? So I took it and I read it, and I was like, what is this? And then I slipped up one day and she found out because I asked her a question about the book, but I like tried to phrase it different. And she was like, "Did you read that book that I told you not to read?" And I was like, the whole series,
Yes.
actually. It's like 3 books or something. And like, but then I didn't pick up another one. Like, I didn't even know that was a genre of books, like out of like, other than like Harlequin romance, because like my grandma read those, you know what I mean? But those were scandalous to me. Like Harlequin romance, like now I'm like, this is the cheesiest, stupidest thing I've ever read. But like back then, that was what I had. And then when I got back into reading, I discovered Kindle Unlimited. And I was like, sure, we'll read this cute romance with a black cover. It was not cute. Okay. It was dark, but that's okay because I've just never left that.
Yeah, that was your gateway book. Your gateway book series is what it was.
Yeah, and then when I found Kindle Unlimited, I was like, "Oh, cool." And now like I go through whole like months where I'm like, all I want to read is dark romance. That's it.
Yeah.
And then Rainy has to bring me back down to earth. Rainy's the one that brings me, and she's like, "You don't have time for this, ma'am. You have other things to read." And I'm like, "I know, but also."
Oh, that's so
And that
funny.
brings me to this comment, corrupting me. No, I was corrupted before I got on BookTube. You guys have not been doing that.
That's just so funny. I know, because then you're all talking about like the Hook
especially
series.
like I don't read like erotica or anything like that. Like that's just not what I like. I like plots, but I do like some smut in my books.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
I liked that when I started BookTube, so it's not anyone on here.
That's so funny. Yeah, well, that's usually the thing. It's like, listen, more likely than not, this person's been introduced elsewhere to something else. Yeah, like we have, I think I mentioned, we have circulation assistants at the library where I work at. They're teens and they're working at the library and they're reading like Colleen Hoover, and I'm like, well, I mean, this
cool.
is you know what I mean? It's your choice. Like reading by choice. You've chosen the subject. You know what you're entering. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of just assumed that if you were like 12, I would be like, you know what I mean? Because like I feel like there does have to be like a line, but like once you're like 15 and up, I'm kind of like, if your parents are cool with it, like who am I to tell you?
Yeah, it would just be nice as long as the people know what's realistic or not. Like I feel like Sarah, you seem like someone that would know, like, is this scenario realistic or is this relationship healthy? I'm aware, you know what I mean? I feel like I've got confidence in you to know, like, what
I'm like, and sometimes with like the spicy season, I'm like, this is so unrealistic.
Yeah, like with Tina, like I trust that Tina knows, but I also know that like her parents know what she's reading. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, so clearly, like, even if you had questions, I feel like Tina could go ask somebody. Like, even if it was somebody on BookTube, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll tell you, like, if you're old enough to be on my channel and listen to me talk about smut, you're old enough for me to answer your questions.
Yeah, and we're preventing it from being taboo. I think that's the thing I'm more personally worried about is like people viewing it as a taboo subject, because then it's like now people are just going to be ignorant about it, not know what's happening, and like feel like that's worse depending on what the subject is. But
and that's how you get into like real life scenarios that become like scary, because like it's one thing if you like choose to do things that you read in books because you know what those entail. It's another to be like, oh, well, I read this in a book, so it must be what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I love all of Nina's comments. You're so young. Like she's like, what have I just entered? It's so funny.
Yeah, we are close in age.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yep.
No,
Nina, stop.
You're not old. We're just all young.
Yeah. You're honestly, you're of wisdom. You have like experienced things and also, Nina, I actually don't know how old you are. You definitely don't have to tell us, but like I feel like your perception of age is probably different, where I'd be like, you're not old. So yeah, just remember that.
Yeah, like most people my age would be like, oh, 30, you're old. But like
Yeah,
I don't think people
exactly.
are really old
Like I was
until
like,
they.
I have like the kids that I meet in school who are like 18 that I'm teaching. Like I'm like, you all think I'm this very, very old person, and talking to
I'm
you,
really
I feel old, but like I'm aware that there are many more people who are older than me in this world. So yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and
but I
like
don't feel like people are old until they're like 60, 65.
Yeah, like old as in like senior,
Yeah.
retiring, and like at that point you've earned being old. Like when I'm like 60 something, I'm like, damn right I'm old. Like I have been through some stuff, okay? Like
I
that's
mean,
when you've earned it.
I work with so many young people. Like I work with a lot of people that are like Sarah's age. Like I work with 16, 17, 18-year-olds, right? And they like even my GM, who by the way is 23, he calls me grandma. Like they all
Oh
call me
my
grandma.
gosh.
And I'm like, you know what? It's fine. Like I will be geriatric. Like
Yeah.
because it's me, like on the shift that I work, it's me and one other person, and that other the assistant general manager, he is older than me. He's like closer to like Mr. Reading when he was age.
Mhm.
But like that's still not that much older than me. Cause like I see where Nina said that she's 30, she'll be 36. So you're
Mhm.
only 5 years older than me?
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Oh my
Ma'am.
goodness.
Yeah,
No.
you're
No.
still young.
Yeah,
No.
for sure.
Because like I don't know. Like maybe it's because like I know a lot of young blooded for like people that are in their 40s. Like we've seen y'all have seen Mr. Reading with Neva.
Yes.
And then I have a friend that's 44. Let me not get his age wrong. He'll be 45 in July, but if you like met him, you would think that he was younger than that. Just because of
Mhm.
like the way that he acts and like carries himself and stuff. So like 36 is not old. 5 years is not that much, Nina. It's not that much. I
Yeah,
have a
don't.
sister that is 5 years younger than me. It's not that much.
I feel like it's almost more like age is so subjective in regards to like I think also like 5 years is different the younger you are.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
the difference between say a 10-year-old and a 15-year-old,
That's a
yes,
lot.
very different. 15 and 20, very different. But
But
like
31
the
to
higher you get, like 60 and 65,
yeah.
probably
I
not. Like
just
in
feel
regards to what experiences you've had, probably not very different. So we're in this weird middle time where it can seem long and can seem not, depending on who you're talking with. I don't know. It's
I
an
also
interesting
think
topic.
I also think it's because like me and Mr. Reed and Eva are 13 years in age difference.
Mm-hmm.
And like while they're and the thing is like so my parents were very young when they had me. They were
Mm-hmm.
teenagers, 16 and 19. Okay. So he talks about things that I know about because my grandparents, so my parents are
Mm-hmm.
the age of his parents. So there's like music and shows and stuff that I grew up with that I theoretically shouldn't have. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
because I spent so much time with my grandparents were really just like second parents to me. You know what I mean? So there are a lot of things he talks about. He'll be like, "What do you know about this?" And I'll like rattle stuff off, and he'll be like, "You're only 31," and I'm like, "Yeah." But my opa, so my grandpa on my mom's side, it was around the same, they was in the same generation as
Mm-hmm.
his parents. So I'm like, I grew up with this. Like, what do you mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean? And he'll be like, oh yeah. He's like, sometimes I forget. Yeah. Because like my parents were so young that like theoretically like I should have been parented by my grandparents, not by
Mm-hmm.
my parents. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on your family dynamic, like how early you were exposed to things. Like, I think I probably am closer to like Nina's perspective, where like I'm 28 and I've never read dark romance. So, like, her comment
Yeah.
down here, like, yeah, like I read Twilight. I remember I read Twilight and Harry Potter myself, like, both after all of those things were published as well, because I was just really late to the game there. And
I
so,
started reading Harry Potter the year it came out.
oh my gosh, no. So I was like really late, where I didn't start reading it until I was in high school, just because I
Yeah.
was like, oh, I guess I should finally get into reading. I was also just not a reading person,
Right.
but yeah, so it's interesting to think
Yeah.
about what you get
So
exposed to.
I think the first Harry Potter book was published in America in 1997.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom had all the first editions of every book.
Oh my
So
gosh,
yeah,
yeah, that's crazy to think about. Yeah.
I like, and I mean, so I was 6 maybe when the first book was published in America. I don't remember if it was published after November of 97, then I was or in November of 97, then I was around 6. And my mom figured out that I was more accelerated in reading because she gave me the book as a joke. Like, didn't think I would be able to read it. So she expected me to bring it back to her and have her help me with it. And clearly there were things in there that I could not read, but I could read enough of it that she was like, clearly you're above, whatever. And but my mom read me the Harry Potter books the first time I ever read them. Well, she read me the first 3. By then I could read like 4 through 7 on my own because it took so long for them to like come out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were out. But my mom had the first editions of all the books. I don't know what happened to them, but she had all of them at one point where they were all like first editions. So I read, like, I literally grew with Harry Potter, which was what you were supposed to do. When they came out. And then I did read Twilight in like middle school, but it was like right before it got really popular. Like I read them all and then everybody else is reading them, so I reread them.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what's interesting to think about, and if I've repeated myself, and I'm so sorry, everybody, but like when it comes to like reading something early, like, yeah, while I haven't had as much experience reading like really explicit romance and like dark romance things, one thing that I will say that I definitely experienced way too young was in middle school. So I was like 12, 13 years old. I read The Kite Runner. Isn't that insane to think about?
I did that when I was like 16.
Yeah. Like, and I remember you know what I did? I read it for a book club in school. We had to get our parents to sign saying, yes, you can do this like after school book club. And so I did. And I just thinking back now, I was like, I was 12 or 13 years old reading The Kite Runner. That was the first book that ever made me cry. Naturally, I was bawling my eyes out as a child, probably not fully understanding anything I was reading. So it is kind of interesting to think about like the various things and like what, like when you should be exposed to them, because like I wasn't exposed to sexual content, but I was exposed to a certain kind of sexual content in The Kite Runner that was like really like traumatizing. So it's just like, what is going
That's
on?
crazy because my mom, so the reason I read The Kite Runner is because my mom had to read it. She had to read The Kite Runner and she had to read Caucasia. And they were she was going for her teaching degree. She never got it, but she was going for her teaching degree and it was part of one of her lit classes. They had to read different books. So there was Caucasia, there was The Kite Runner, and then for some reason they were also reading the Harry Potter series. But I think that was for like her elementary education class. But she read The Kite Runner in college. So she started her degree when she was 32, I think. Yeah, that'd be about right because that would make me 60.
Yeah.
So she was 32, and she was. I was like, "Can I read this?" And she was like, "Yeah, sure." And of course, she had like tabs and all that stuff in there. And I remember reading it and just being like, that one and Caucasia both. They were like like I can't even imagine reading The Kite Runner at 12 or 13. Like,
yeah. Like I really think about it. I'm like, I guess I've developed fine. Like it didn't traumatize me to the point where I'm, so affected by it. But I was like, looking back, I'm like, I don't think like if I were someone recommending a book, I don't think I would recommend that book to that age, even if they were at that reading level, like where they could read it. Yeah. I don't think I would recommend it. So it's just, it's really interesting to think about. But anyway, yeah. So I know we got to get through comments because we've been talking.
But I was also just about this comment. Like I read Harry Potter a couple of years ago, but I'm still reading the Twilight series, so I read a whole bunch of things. Like I don't just read adult books.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like, you know what? I can have a clean romance just as much as I can have a spicy one.
Yeah.
Like it's
and then I can read like middle grade and YA. I read everything.
And if I read YA, like I don't want smut in YA.
Oh yeah.
It freaks me out. Like I like I don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to read, like I'm
more concerned about like adults reading it. Like I feel like if like smut in YA to an extent, like if I knew that it was only like people who were, say, Sarah's age reading it, I'd be like, yeah, they're reading it for themselves. They're experiencing
sure.
themselves, whatever. But I feel weird thinking like a 40-year-old man could pick up this book and get
read
a
it.
certain experience out of it that
And
none
for
of us
me,
want him to get. So
right.
there's no way to police that. But I'm like, that's the only thing that freaks me out is knowing
And
that other people can get to it.
I also think maybe because I'm older, but like I think that I just assume that teenagers like when like yes, I expect teenagers to like date and like fall in love and all that stuff. But like I think that I just imagine it as like this wholesome experience. Like I know that that's naive, but I'm just like they're just so cute. You know, and when you see like little like
Yeah.
high school like when I see high schoolers in the mall, I'm like, oh, they're just so
Yeah.
cute. You know what I mean? Like when they're obviously like dating. So I think
Mhm.
in my brain I have like this wholesome expectation, and so then when you like sprinkle in smut into a YA romance, I'm like, what is this? I don't want to read this.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
no.
But yes, Neva, Tina appreciates your trust in her.
I got you, Tina.
Hello, Lexi. When you were 14, yeah.
Oh my
I
god,
know,
I'm
you
about
know,
to.
I remember someone was reading that in my senior year of high school. I remember our valedictorian of the class was like reading it in the back of class as she was done with her like homework, and she's like, I feel really weird reading this like in school, knowing that people are, you know, like she was like very aware. But yeah, I remember like a 17-year-old reading that,
Yeah.
which is kind of I've never read it, so I have no idea if that actually like
So
how much that affected you.
I'm about to really reveal myself, so don't judge me after I say this. So
Mhm.
I read 50 Shades of Grey as an adult. As in like over the age of 18. I might have still been in high school, but like I was over the age of 18. Um this was after I had discovered what BDSM is. Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm about to do this is a secret, okay? So like I haven't announced this anywhere else. Well,
Mhm.
to except to the besties, of course. But like I bring everything to them before it becomes a thing that I'm going to do. I am going to reread the entire original trilogy. I can't stomach reading Christian Grey's point of view because it's terrible. But I'm going to reread the entire series and then explain why this series is not like do not read this series and then think that this is BDSM because it's
Mm.
not. Like it's
Yeah, that's actually interesting. Yeah.
and like I understand that it was like Twilight fan fiction that got published, like
Mhm.
great. And like it reads that way. But the problem is that when those books came out, there were a lot of people, adults and teenagers that thought that that's what BDSM was, and
Mm.
people were getting into really unsafe relationships, and then there were like influxes of like accidental deaths and stuff. And like I knew what it was already
Mhm.
because I asked my mom and my stepdad because I was like, is this for real? And my stepdad sat me down one day and he was like, listen, this might traumatize you, but like, I need you to know this is not what it is. And so then, like, I started doing my own research on it. And like, there are things that they do in that book series that if you did that in the like actual life, the BDSM community would absolutely not allow you. Like they would like they would teach you, but they would absolutely be like, until you know what you're doing,
Mhm.
you cannot participate in this. Because like some of the things that they do in that book in those books could seriously hurt somebody.
Mhm. Yeah. Actually, adjacently, we can like move on, and maybe it can be a subject that people like comment on after we do our first sprint. But like
Yeah.
normal people, I've heard a lot of people kind of criticize that. Like obviously, people adore that book, but I've also heard a lot of criticism about it because it actually like sheds a light on S&M that actually like is like almost like it's controversial, and it risks like suggesting something about that community where like it's
Mhm.
immediately linked to trauma, and they're like,
It does, yeah.
no, that's not like how that works. And I've heard a lot of people kind of get offended by the depictions in that book. Yeah, so anyway, moving on.
Scenes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could definitely read it and skip the explicit scenes, and then it would just be a story.
Yeah.
I mean, a stalker story, but a story nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. I do like the idea of like having a friend screen books for you depending on your own, like if you're aware of your own comfort level and you have a friend who's willing to do that. Like Neva, I know you do that with like your
I get
sister.
my sister.
And I love that. Like I really like that openness of being like, hey, yeah, like I'll read this book for you and I'll let you know like what's in it that you can handle, tabbing things. Like if I'm understanding that kind of what you're
Yeah.
saying, Lexi. Yeah.
Yeah, because I wanted her to read Verity, just because I wanted somebody else, like, in my real life to, like, talk about it with at the time that I read it,
Mhm.
and I was like, "I can't," and she was like, "Well, is there sex in it?" And I was like, "Yeah, but I can tab the sex scenes, you could just skip it." So,
Yeah.
like, my original copy of Verity has tabs, and they look funny because, like, I literally would tab the beginning of an
Mhm,
explicit scene
mhm.
and then tab the end so that
Yeah.
she knew which chunk she could just skip over. And she was like, "It's a messed up book." She was like, "But I really, like, enjoyed it." But I don't think she would have like, I don't think she would have even really read it if
Oh,
I
yeah.
hadn't tabbed it for her first, because the sex is so unnecessary in that book, but also there's a lot of it.
Mhm. Yeah. Not that I've read it. I'm just
Yeah.
aware. I feel like I'm
Yeah.
like, "Oh, yeah," and I'm like, "Nah, I haven't read it," but I've heard from others.
Should we do our first sprint?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll see everyone in 45 minutes.
Okay.
So, how did that sprint go for everyone?
It went okay because I did research instead, but I did forget to show everyone the cover of the book that I am going to read when I finally have some fun, and that is this cozy mystery. But yeah, I did okay. I'm just mapping things out and trying to revise my 30-page thesis, which is sadly not long enough as well because it hasn't hit my the number count. It's supposed to be like 10,000 words. So that's currently what I'm trying to figure out is how to like revise it and also add to it. But that's its own issue. How about you all?
I made it to chapter 4, so I'm on page 42. And then I was reminded that I need to order the children milk because I have no milk. And then I was also told that I need to order So Mr. Reading with Neva, for those that don't know, is lactose intolerant. So I've talked about this before, like in sprints or whatever, but he's lactose intolerant. So he has to get like the Fairlife milk that doesn't have any lactose in it. And apparently Austin drank all of the regular milk and also the chocolate milk because he just came in here and was like, can you get him both his milks? And he was like, you drank all my milk, so I gotta get him some milk. So that's what I did in this sprint. Also, I don't know, for some reason the whole gang came in here for the last like 5 minutes of the sprint. Hey, sorry, my child was beating on a door, so if you could hear that, but also absolutely not.
And I got to page 22, so clearly I didn't read that much. I watched a lot of YouTube and ate lunch.
Oh, nice. Yeah. The next sprint I might eat too. It's like you got to kind of decide when to eat. And you're 3 hours earlier than me, at least, I think, right? So, yeah, lunchtime.
So, we had someone join. Hello. I can't remember your name. I'm so sorry.
I know. I can't either. I feel like
comments.
Neva knows.
I'm sorry. What do I know?
Do you know Addicted to Coloring, what their name is? I feel like
Zoe.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we'll make
hello,
sure to remember
Zoe.
that from now on.
I accidentally fell asleep, had a nap. Oh, that's terrible that you had a nightmare, but now you have an amazing idea for a book. Yeah, sometimes your dreams can be a good idea, but it's too bad you had a nightmare.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I have nightmares all the time.
I'm always
rarely
afraid that
have
as soon as I
good
fall
dreams.
asleep, I'll go back into the nightmare. Like I have to make sure I'm fully awake, and then I can try to fall back asleep. Because if I'm still drowsy, I'm gonna be returning to that life, and it's scary. Yeah.
We're about 30%. That is amazing. And
Raspberry Revenge and Crochet. That is awesome.
Yeah, that is such a cute title.
Yeah.
Got to 44%. Okay, it's Zoe. Hello, Zoe.
Yay. Perfect.
Yeah, sorry, I was yelling at my child for banging on the door. Because I'm surprised y'all didn't hear it because it was just the door that's like on the other side of my room, which is Austin's bedroom, and I mean she was banging on it loud enough that her dad heard it in his room, in the big room, and that master bedroom is like you can't hear anything from the inside of it because it's so big. And he was like, and I heard him yell before I did. And then I was like, whose door are you banging on? I was like, you banging on your dad's door like that? And she was like, no. And I was like, Austin's door? And she just stood there. Because when she knows she's done something, she'll just be like this.
Yeah, better not to say anything. Better not to incriminate yourself. Yeah. I don't know. I probably will do more research leading into this next sprint, and then maybe on our third sprint, I'll treat myself and finally read something for fun. I also have like all of these library books that I just like keep holding on to, and I've been meaning to like start them as well. Like there's this one that's right next to me that I'm definitely not starting anytime soon. But this is the romance that I'm kind of looking at right now. It's called Not the Witch You Wed. I've just been in the mood for like romances that feature like supernatural kind of like paranormal entities. And like the main guy's a werewolf and the main girl is like a witch. And I don't know. I'm really craving that too. So I think once I finish this, I'll just keep kind of going in that cozy feel. And then
I hope you like it. I DNF'd it.
No, you did.
I just didn't
No.
like the story was just kind of not the right. It was just kind of boring, but I'm sure you'll love it. It's very popular, and I know I'm in the minority.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy. That's so funny that I just thought to like bring it up and you DNF'd it. Had you read anything like by this author before, or were you just
No,
like
that was my
try it?
first book.
Yeah, I think I really want to like I want like a paranormal romance. I think that's what I'm craving right now. So if this doesn't end up being it, if anyone has any recommendations, then please send them my way if this doesn't work out.
Amazing,
Okay.
impossible, but yeah,
That's so
I'm
fun.
sure they're very fun titles.
Mhm.
It's a cozy mystery.
Main character's a spy.
Interesting.
Oh my gosh, that's really fun.
Yeah, no. So let me just tell you about where the crawdads sing. Okay, I made it to chapter 3, and then I said this book is not for me. So I will talk about it like more, not really in depth, because I don't really have a lot to say about this book other than I did
Mhm.
not like it. But it was discussed on my sprint on Thursday. And Leandra, I actually say this in the vlog because she made a good point. Leandra was like, DNFing is still content. So I messaged Rainey and Brittany and I was like, hey, is it okay if I DNF this book? Or if I DNF a book for this vlog? Because sometimes when I do collabs, like our goal is to not DNF. Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And they were like, yes, you can DNF, whatever. And then Brittany, they both asked me what book it was, and I told them. And Brittany said that she wasn't surprised, and Rainey didn't really say anything at all. So I did DNF it. I'm sorry to those that like this book. I felt like I should have cared, and I didn't care about the things that were happening to the main character.
Mm.
And to feel that it's like detached when there's traumatic things that happen at the very beginning of the book tells me that it's not for me, because I didn't like the writing style and I just did not care. So
Yeah.
I DNF'd it. It is over here in my stack still because I don't really know what to do with it. I have to message my grandma and find out if she wants this back. If she doesn't, I'm just going to put it in the little free library. I'm not going to try to sell it because it was gifted to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to try the movie. You know, I'll give it a chance. But
Yeah, and about this, I liked the book. I gave it 5 stars, even though it was
Mm.
kind of boring. In retrospect, I might have not given it 5 stars, but I could not watch the movie. I don't know. It must have
Mm.
been the time.
yeah.
I'll probably watch it another time, but I've been
Nina
in
Yeah.
this
said,
weird thing where like I'm very not interested in things like so depressed. But like I'll be like trying to watch something or I just won't be like, people are like, "Oh, do you want to watch this?" And I'll be like, "No, I just want to watch YouTube."
you're right.
Mm.
And
I
it's,
I think Nina said that she tried the book and DNF'd it and then tried the movie and just couldn't get through it. So like, I mean, I'll try the movie. I have Netflix. It's not like I'm paying extra to watch the movie. I just didn't care about like, and I wanted to like this book. I even like put aside the fact that the author is problematic. Like I put that, like I compartmentalized that part. So that didn't even weigh into my decision.
Mm.
I just didn't care. And I did try the audio too, and I still just didn't care. So I just returned the audiobook and the ebook to my library, and my paper copy is just sitting here, so it's fine.
Happens. Mhm.
yeah, that sounds interesting. What book was this? This was
This is the cozy mystery series that she's reading.
yeah,
Revenge,
Mission
Raspberry Revenge.
Impossible.
Impossible. Yeah, that's
I love that.
such a good title. Yeah, I'd say read the book if you like the movie. They are pretty similar.
I may just watch the movie and just. I mean, I'm all for like a tearjerker movie. I don't like, and I know I don't remember where this takes place in the South. I think,
Mm.
North Carolina. Yeah, so it takes place in North Carolina, and they definitely write it like it takes place in North Carolina, like with their like dialect and stuff, which usually doesn't bother me, but like I had no skin in the game with this book. I read about traumatic things that were happening to her, like it doesn't say it on here, but like essentially like her mom leaves. Like that's the whole premise of the book, is like her mom leaves, her dad is terrible, like whatever. And I just felt like being told those things and having them like spelled out, like I should have felt something. Like I should have felt like sad for her or something. And I was like, I'm sorry that happened to you, but I don't care. Like that's how it felt.
Yeah.
Like, I just felt detached, and it makes me sound like an asshole to say that.
No, I don't think it does. I think it just is dependent on how it's written, you know, because there's like when we're talking about like pain or trauma in books, like authors, like there's so many different ways that they can go about it. Like it can either be like dry, like they're not doing it right, they're underplaying it, or they can like go the opposite route where they're like doing it for shock value, where they just really want to like freak you out. And so like I don't know, like I think that even if you don't connect with a character and like don't feel for them when you're supposed to, I think that's on the author for not doing it properly, or like you just not connecting with how they did it. Because like there's definitely been ways where I'm like, I hate this character so much, so I don't really like, I don't feel any empathy for like the things that they've gone through or whatever the case is, or it's just, you know, or they're whining about things when I'm like, listen, you've got bigger things to worry about, you know? So it just depends on like what the subject matter is, I think, especially with historical fiction. Historical fiction's weird when I'm like, people in this time had bigger things to worry about, depending on what you were doing. I don't know. I haven't read the book. I haven't seen the movie, so I have no idea about whatever you're talking about necessarily. But like, I think I'm usually tentative about historical fiction. Like, I love historical fiction mysteries because then there's just like something else going on.
Yeah.
But like a lot of times historical fiction is about some type of traumatic event. Like a lot of times I feel like, and a lot of it's about World War II. We're going to be honest. Like that is especially oversaturated, unless it's like set somewhere else in the world other than Europe. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about. So I think that, you know, don't feel badly about not connecting with the character, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
I
enough people
liked
who
it, but I'm not usually a historical fiction fan, so
Mhm.
maybe there are better ones that I just haven't read, or they're not
And
for me. I feel like this one had the subplot that was still
Mm.
interesting, so
Mhm.
helped me get through it.
I think that might have been one of my problems too, is like I don't read historical fiction. Like it's not a thing that I usually enjoy.
Mhm.
And so I don't know if that was also part of it. Is it like I didn't care because I don't do historical fiction.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
beginning was just slow, but once the mystery part happened, I was more interested.
Mhm. Yeah, because it's like there's like a trial going on, right? Or
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, yeah. So I feel like, yeah, it kind of depends on if it's like a blending of genres, you know? Like I'm sure like the same with like historical romance can be fun because it's like, again, we're blending genres, going like different kind of subplots. But yeah, I think it just depends. Like historical fiction's hit or miss for I think everyone. But I've never met anyone where historical fiction is their favorite genre. Like, has anyone ever met anyone who's like, my favorite genre, like main genre, is historical fiction? Like,
I
I
know
feel like,
it's
yeah.
one of Brittany's top ones.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So like, because I feel
And my
like,
friend Kristen, for some reason, she really gravitates towards historical fiction also. But
mm-hmm,
she tends to gravitate toward like World War II.
Yeah, and
yeah,
it's my best one of my best friends, it's her favorite
mm-hmm.
genre, and I'm like, "How do you read this?"
I know. I feel like it's always like a sub, like it's like a genre, but it's like blended. Like people like
I know,
historical
but she
fiction
likes the ones where
romance,
it's just
historical
about a
fiction
group.
mystery. Mm-hmm.
She likes the ones about a group of women in, like, World War II. And I'm like,
Oh, okay, sure. So like women's fiction,
yeah,
historical fiction. Yeah, that like that. It's
but
interesting.
I'm
That
still like,
makes sense.
"Why would you read that? Read romance or fantasy or something."
Yeah. And it's just because also I'm always like, I think that's how I feel oppositely of like Greek mythology retellings, because I feel like I would have fun with them and I really like them, but I'm always nervous about me missing certain elements or like knowing if something's right or wrong because I don't know them that well. So I think when I read historical fiction, it's the same way where I'm like, I I can't trust myself to know if this is historically accurate or not in regards to interactions between people. So I just am like, I'm just gonna accept everything because I don't know. Like, I don't know if the author actually did any research on like how men and women interact with each other or whatever the case is. So I'm always just kind of like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's also a problem that I have depending on when it is. I'm not someone who feels out of it. It's funny, interesting. So I work for the She Done It podcast, and we did like this forum on like fiction that's written during the time versus historical fiction where it's written now, but it's set in that same time period. So say like, for instance, the 1930s, written in the 1930s versus written in 1920 or 2023, but it's set in 1930. And the number of people who told me that the one thing that they find frustrating is the like progressiveness of women characters in historical fiction versus like actually accurate in the time. Like they get taken out of a book because the women are independently thinking and have agency. And I'm like, why? Like, I feel like I should, like, you would want to enjoy seeing women being progressive and trying to
like,
find ways to like outdo society. Like, I know it might not be fully accurate, but there were women during that time who were making like history and like fighting against gender norms and things. So it was very weird for me to hear so many people who don't like that.
I feel like that would make me want to read it more if there's like a strong female character.
Yeah. So I think it might be a generational thing because a lot of people who are part of the podcast who are paying members tend to be a bit older. So maybe they're more about the accuracy. But I'm like, you're also missing that a lot of women during that time were actually very progressive. Just because their stories weren't always told and they were oppressed, that doesn't mean that they didn't exist.
They weren't
and like,
there.
yeah. So I was just kind of like, you know what? We're just going to disagree on this one. But it was a very interesting discussion about like why people don't like historical fiction sometimes. And I'm like, that's an interesting take is all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Should we do another sprint?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see everyone in 45 minutes. So how did you guys do that sprint?
I put a pizza in the oven, which I'm very excited about. It should be ready by the time we enter another sprint, I'm thinking. If not, I'll have to go off camera for a bit. And I'm about maybe a little over halfway of like my kind of editing for this draft that I'm doing. So I'm being productive in regards to academic things. So it's great.
That's good. And you, Neva?
Oh no, you're muted.
Love it for me. Okay, it was bound to happen once. I made it to page 110. I just need everyone to know that I'm listening to this at 2.5 times speed because even though like the guy that's narrating for Mikolaj, like he has an accent because he's from Poland, I think. Anyway, he has like
so the voice actor does too.
I don't know. If he doesn't, like, the accent sounds good to me. I mean, it might sound like trash to somebody that's like actually Polish, but he uses an accent in this book though. But even with the accent, like I can still understand what he's saying. Like, so I was like, this has got to go faster. So,
how about you, Sarah?
I got to page 52, so read quite a bit. What's that, like
30 pages or so? Yeah.
So that was pretty good. And I also watched some of the Realmathon sprints when they were doing the chatty parts.
Are you both enjoying your read so far then? I'm asking as like a commentator because I'm not actually reading, so I feel badly for not doing that. But you're both enjoying your books, right?
I am.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's great. I mean, there's like no. I mean, it's not really like spicy yet, you know, just kidnapping people. But I mean, it's like it's good though. I don't know.
It's not spicy yet either, but I'm pretty sure it will be because I've heard some reviews.
I mean, I've seen the pictures that happen later in here, so it's got to get spicy at some point. But I don't know. I just feel like I'm not good at like formulating my feelings about books. So I'll be like, yeah, it's fine. It's great. And then people will be like, is it? Like, especially Kelsey. Like, Kelsey can never tell if I'm actually liking a book because I will rant about the things that I don't like. Or, like, if it made me feel some type of way, I'll be like, wow, it really got me feeling emotional. Frederick Bachman, I'm looking at you. And then she'll be like, but are you liking it? And I'm like, yeah, it's fine. And she's like, but are you liking it, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brittany said at the bottom, she said, I love trying to decide if Neva likes a book. No one ever knows until I get done with the book. And then I'm like, I finished blah, blah, blah book, 5 stars. And then they're like,
oh, now we know she liked it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just bad at describing books. Like in my vlogs, I'll be like, I love this book. It's so good. You should read it. And that's all I say. It's like, I'm so bad at saying what it's about.
Yeah, or you know what I'll do? I'll be like, I'll be talking about all of these elements, and then I'll realize I never gave a synopsis of the book. So I'm like, no one has any idea what I'm referencing because I didn't tell that. Like I was like, you got to start by giving like a a 4-sentence summary, and I always forget to do that. So I'm like, they don't even know what country this book is in or what time period because I just assumed you knew.
I never remember names. That's my problem. So I'm always like in my wrap-ups and stuff, I'm always like, yeah, we're following our main character, female main character, and the male main character did this. And like, because I never remember, I could have just read the name and I will have no idea what their names are.
Yeah.
Hello, Nicole. Hi, Brittany.
Hello, Brittany. Yes.
Taking to the gym and reading You and Me on Vacation. That's People We Meet on Vacation in North America, right? By Emily Henry, pretty sure.
Reading You and Me in Vacation?
On Vacation. It has a different name in Australia than it does in North America.
Oh my gosh, that's
I don't know about the rest of the world what theirs is called.
I wonder why. Nicole, do you know why? Like, does she know why? I'm just looking up
Hello.
the cover now. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just okay. Let's continue. But that is crazy.
Made coffee and finished Raspberry Revenge, 4.5 stars. Glad you enjoyed it.
Yum.
Hello again, Nina. 58%. Gonna make dinner soon. Left to get lunch.
Smart.
Has 70% of Twisted Love. I love that book.
And that's Brooklyn was just reading Twisted Love.
Yeah.
She's on.
I give it 5
Oh my
stars. I
gosh.
love that book.
Oh, I'm so jealous of you guys. Like no one's ever said anything negative about it, so that's a good one.
Gonna do the next book in the series, Mint Murder.
Oh, so fun.
Just kidnapping people. Nothing
Yeah,
interesting.
that's happening.
Like that's really like all that's happened, and that's like what it says it like on the back, because like the whole thing is he is trying to get revenge on Nessa's family. So Mikolaj is the main male character, and Nessa is the main female character. And like if you've read Brutal Prince, like you'll understand how this ties in, because this happens right after events at the end of Brutal Prince. So I've read Brutal Prince, obviously. I give it 5 stars. So it picks up there as to why he's like trying to get revenge on her family. So to get revenge, he kidnaps her because she's like the baby of the family, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a Beauty and the Beast retelling.
Oh,
So.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. It's the fine. The word fine can mean so many things.
Because she'll be like, but are you like? And I'm like, yes. Like, I'm liking it. It's fine. And she's like,
yeah. Like, you need a new word. So funny. Oh, I know. Listen, I go for walks, which is good, but I'm like, should I get a membership or should I used to do yoga a lot, and I need to get back into yoga because
my mom and I are like, we really need to go to the gym, but then neither one of us wants to, so we don't.
I know. There's so many other better things to do.
It's like I want to go, but like I don't want to go alone. And then like she doesn't want to go because she doesn't want other people watching her the exercise. And I'm like, which I totally understand. Like it's kind of weird. Other people
like,
are
am I
there.
doing the machine right? Like I always get nervous about that.
Yeah. And then you feel like someone who knows what they're doing would just come up to you and be like, you're doing that wrong.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm never coming back here again.
yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a good book.
It's just a Midwestern thing.
I also need to finish
here for the
Actually,
BK Book Club.
To be honest.
I
have it
Marie.
over there somewhere on my shelf, but I need to I haven't even started it yet.
Yeah. I just ordered from Amazon Hooked, which is Brooklyn's book club pick for May. And I'm so excited to read it. It's been on my wish list for so long, for at least 5 months. And so I finally bought it because I'm like, well, she's gonna do the book club. I should read it with everyone.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm hoping I'm gonna probably get the audiobook and listen to it through Hoopla, but it's gonna be really fun. I think.
Next Sunday I'm doing my live show for my book club, and nobody's probably gonna have read the book, but gotta start somewhere.
Yes, right.
And I am having such a hard time picking what book to do for May and June.
So exciting though. Yeah, names are hard, especially depending on how long ago you read the book. Like if I gave a book 5 stars in December, I probably don't know the names of any of the characters by this point.
Or if it's a fantasy book, even while reading, I can't pronounce the names.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, so if it's like, I don't know, if it's fantasy, I'm not gonna remember it.
The American and UK version Beach Read have a slightly different ending. Interesting.
What?
I haven't read it, but now I want to read both and see what the difference is.
A few Emily Henry's books are different. Like they have different titles depending on which version, and they have different and like the.
Why is it just like? Does she think it culturally it'd be so like audiences would react differently?
I think that's what it is. Is that it's per like the ending thing at least in Beach Read. I think she was trying to make it fit both places.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Obviously I haven't read the UK version, so I don't know what the difference is. I've read the American version.
Yeah, but that makes me wonder, like, when it gets translated into other languages, which ending do you choose then?
Yeah.
Just like the original, I guess, because
Yeah.
yeah, really weird. Hmm.
We can read the rest of the series.
Mm.
If we're reading slow, try the Kish Quotient today, page 36.
Oh
Nina
my god, I
really
hope
likes
you
that
love
one.
this book. I gave
What's
this
her
book
say?
5 stars. Like, I listen. Me and
Mhm.
Stella, I have never related to a character as much as I related to Stella. And it has nothing, like, she's rich, okay? Like, clearly
Mhm.
I'm not. But, like, just like the way that her autism manifests, like, I have never been so seen in a book ever in my life.
Yeah, that's why I'm really
Right.
hoping to read it to see if I can relate to the character because I have mental health issues. Just
Mhm.
hoping that because it's hard to find where I relate to the characters as much.
Oh, totally. That's
And
why we need
sometimes
more
if the
diverse
author doesn't
writing.
have the issue, if the author doesn't have the issue, sometimes they write it, and I mean it's different for everyone, but sometimes I feel
Mhm.
like it's not exactly how people I've known with these issues are. Like,
Mhm.
If I remember correctly, I can't remember what her name is right now, but the Helen Wong, I think.
Ooh,
But the
yeah,
author of
yeah.
the Kiss Quotient from because I read like the author's note, and I'm pretty sure it's based like she wrote it off of her own experience of
Mm.
being diagnosed. Because back then, when they so in the Kiss Quotient, she's diagnosed with Asperger's, but
Right.
she was diagnosed as a child. So I guess that bothered some people that that's how Helen Wong wrote it. But I was like, if that's like my son was given a diagnosis of Asperger's, and he's 12.
Mhm.
So, and he was given the diagnosis when he was 4. So, like, that was just how they were
yeah.
diagnosing it still then. Like, they weren't
Yeah.
diagnosing it
I've
as
only been diagnosed with anxiety and OCD, but my mom and lots of people are pretty sure I also have autism.
Yeah, well, because, women go undiagnosed longer in their
Yeah,
lives more often. We're taught very young how to like mask and be in a
because I
community with
show a
others.
lot of my symptoms at home or when I'm comfortable with someone, but
Mm,
otherwise I feel like I'm putting on like a mask or like being someone else in public.
mhm.
And since I don't like get violent or stuff like at school, I never did, so they just assumed that I was fine.
Yeah, seriously.
So, yeah, and then the wait list to find out to get evaluated is years long.
That's crazy. That's so honestly, it's so disappointing. Like we need to prioritize these things
I know,
and
and the one that I'm on the wait list for is only for like kids. So by the
yeah.
time I get in, I'll probably be over 19. So I'll
Mm,
have
yeah.
to apply to a different one.
Oh
it's
my god.
also harder to get diagnosed if you're an adult or if you're a person of color,
Mm. Mhm.
which is why I
Definitely.
haven't had an official diagnosis.
Mhm.
But 2 of my 4 children have had an official diagnosis, and the 2 children that have official diagnoses do not like I'm the only common parent. So
Mhm.
they don't share a dad. They
Mhm.
only share me. And they were like they were like if it was the other 2 children that were adopted, they would say it could be from the dad's side, but they were like you're the only common denominator here.
Mhm. Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't help that our entire medical system is based on research on white men. So, of
Right.
course, the further you get away from that status, the harder it is for you to ever get like proper medical help and knowing what's going
Yeah.
on. But good times.
I want to read Sophie Lark. Yeah, I've loved Sophie Lark. I've only read 2 of her books, but I really want to read more.
Hmm.
I
Listen,
need
once
to
I get onto Hooked, I'll probably be knowing all of these different
And for
authors.
the Smut Readathon, you mean Smut Den hosted by Cassidy, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're
Okay.
72 Hours in the Smut Den is coming
Yeah.
back in May with the Late Night Crew. And then I
Yeah.
know Michelle from Michelle's Library and Bree from Four Paws in a Book are also co-hosting that, which like I'm so excited. Okay. We love.
Yeah.
I didn't do 72 Hours in the Haunted House just because like I didn't care enough.
Me
Yeah.
neither. I didn't do that one.
But like I don't like haunted house stories that much to just like dedicate all of that time She gotta go get her pizza. But yeah, it's Smut Den. Yeah, because Sophie Lark will fit pretty much anything. So it'll fit the dark wheel and the light wheel, depending on what you spin. If you're going to try to fit Sophie Lark, I personally would go with Dark Wheel because you can
Yeah.
read literally anything by her from Dark Wheel, you know? But yeah, you can definitely fit Sophie Lark into.
Yeah, I feel like I'm probably gonna do the light wheel because I just have more lighter romances on my TBR. So
Yeah. I might switch between the two. Because
yeah,
I
me.
I have a couple on, like I have Red, White, and Royal Blue, which would be considered like a light wheel book, and I need to read it because it's like just sitting there and it's on my self-destruct. So like if I don't read it by the end of the year, I have to unhaul it.
Yeah. Jeez, I have a shed set up, just you guys and me. Oh, that's nice.
I love that.
Let me just try and get through the comments quickly so then we can do a sprint. You can eat your pizza.
Yum.
Going up and down the stairs and my sister's killed me. I'm so out of shape. Same. Don't worry.
Oh, I know. Every time if I go up one flight of stairs, I'm like, and I'm like, this isn't good. Like you.
Like I can walk them, but like sometimes I get like I just run upstairs and I can't.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom's like, you can't run up the stairs. You're too out of shape.
Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, don't tell me that.
Yay, reading Hooked. Yeah, I'm so excited. Are you guys going to be reading it for her book club or have you read it before?
I am totally going to, but I think I'm gonna listen to the audiobook through Hoopla, and we'll see like if I'm really enjoying it to the point where I'm like, I'm gonna want to own this, then I might buy it as I'm, because sometimes I'll do that where I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm loving it so much, I might as well get the physical book right away and before I finish it. But I am very excited to do that in May. Yay. And it'll be a treat because my semester will be close to being over and I'm gonna like just celebrate by reading books that
It'll
are
be your first
very far
dark
from being
romance,
literary.
right?
What'd you say?
It'll be your first dark romance, right?
Yes, this is gonna be my first dark romance. So excited.
I read it last year and I gave it 5 stars. But I might reread it because it is on Kindle Unlimited, I think, still. So like, and I mean, it's good. Like it's, I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to say?
Fine.
I don't know. It's fine. It was 5 stars. Like but I also love a Peter Pan retelling. And there's only really been one Peter Pan retelling that I've read in the last like year that I should have DNF'd, and that was Darling Girl. I will always talk about this book because just don't do what I did. If you're not enjoying it, just DNF it. I should have DNF'd it, and I put myself into a slump after Brittany was like, maybe just DNF it, and I was like, I'm already 75% through, and I have the audio, so it'll be fine. And she was like, will it be fine? It was not fine. I gave it 2 stars, and then wanted to read nothing. So
yes.
For reading UK, I prefer the American ending. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm very much intrigued by.
I haven't read Beach Read yet. I've only read Book Lovers by Emily Henry, but now I want to read both endings, and like the book and then both endings and see which one is better.
Yeah, like it'd be nice to like find a version of the other one online and just like read them.
Like I don't want to have to buy both and like one from the
you can
UK
probably
shipped all the way here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can find this scene that is not the same. Like if you looked it up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've never personally read the UK, the way that the UK one ends, but I know that there is a scene in there at the end that is different than the American version. I don't know. The American version, it was fine. I gave it 4 stars, I think.
Okay. UK version ends in a book sign. Oh, okay. Interesting. See, Beach Read, that, and then even like people we meet on vacation. All of those feel like reads that I'm going to want to read like summertime-ish. So maybe I'll keep those in mind for that time.
Yeah, I really want to read them. I've only read, like I said, Book Lovers, but I love when the characters read books.
I know, me too.
So good. Or when they write books if they're about an author.
Mm-hmm,
And
mm-hmm.
I'm like, I wish
Yeah.
I could write a book one day. And my mom's like, write a book about a character who's trying to write a book and has no ideas. Because I'm
Yes.
trying to write and have no ideas.
Just be like, it's a person who writes a book but never actually gets to write a book because they're just like, what am I
Yeah,
doing?
it's like,
That'd be so relatable.
Right?
for dark romance. Yes. Pretty
Yeah.
sure I have more dark romances and rom-coms on my TBR.
See, I gotta investigate this subgenre. For
Yeah.
sure.
I honestly just go for smut for 72 hours in the smut den. I always just utilize KU because it's the
Mhm.
easiest way for me to find books because I can always find something that will fit whatever thing that I land on the wheel.
Mhm.
Because like that's the fun part about the 72-hour readathons that LNC does is that they always incorporate wheels. So it's never like just like a list of prompts that you're staring at. Like it's all like a thing of chance. And with
Mhm.
Smutden, you get a light wheel and a dark wheel. So the light wheel is more of like your rom-com tropes, and your dark wheel is like dark
Oh,
romance.
that's pretty nice.
And you can either use one wheel the entire time, or each day you can switch wheels.
Okay. That's actually really nice and accessible to everyone who likes to
I'm
read
just gonna
anything.
try and pick the wheel that have the most books that will fit because you only get, is it 2 or 3 respins? 3, right? I think it's 3.
I'm assuming 3 because
I think
72
it's
hours, I think like
3.
1 for every
Yeah.
24 hours.
Yeah,
3
I
respins.
think it's 3, but like once you use a respin, like you can't unuse it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like it can't. So you using respins, you can run out of respins like real quick.
Hmm.
No, but I think they said if you get the same prompt all 3 times, you can respin until you get a different prompt.
You can,
Mm.
yeah, because sometimes the wheels will almost like stick.
Yeah.
That happened last year with the first round. Was people were complaining that like the wheel was sticking, and they were like, well, you can, and then they incorporated that that rule last year because it happened to a couple of the hosts too, and they were like, just spin and like don't use your respins, just spin until you get a different prompt, and
Mhm.
but then after that, like once you get a different prompt, then it counts
Then
against.
if you do it again, it's a respin. Okay. Pretty sure yeah. I read Hooked. Yeah, I was say everyone's loved Hooked. And I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember when we were talking about it on Brooklyn Sprints. Nina, was it you or was it someone else who was like the first one to bring up like, oh, I'm reading Hooked, and then all of us were like, what is this? What's going on? And suddenly now it's become like a snowball effect. I can't remember if it was you, Nina, if it was someone else. But I just remember all of us all of a sudden were like, yep, we're adding this to our TBR.
Yeah. I feel like it's a series I'm really gonna like because I like fairy tale retelling, so
Mm-hmm.
and I like dark romance.
Yes, Tina, it's gonna be my first dark romance. I literally can't even tell you how much I even know about what the difference like adding dark in front of romance is, other than it just being like, I don't know, darker, like more like risque in regards to like kinks and other things, I guess, or like darker plots too, I imagine. But yeah, we're gonna see how it goes.
Yeah, like some of the darker romance have like darker like subplots, like not the romance, but like the other plots.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
if it's mafia or motorcycle club, there's a lot of like bad things going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it can also mean like spicier things, and it's because I think Hooked, lots of people were giving it like 4 or 5 peppers, like on the chili pepper
Yeah,
scale.
Yeah,
yeah.
So apparently,
Hooked is very spicy, but also like the book itself is dark. Like
Mhm.
because the whole point of the Never After series is that the villains get their happily ever
yeah,
after.
Mm.
So it's Peter, Wendy, and Hook, or James, right? But Peter is like Wendy's father, and Hook is trying to get revenge against Peter by using
Oh
Wendy.
my gosh. I had
So
no
like
idea.
yeah, so like it's dark, like the book itself is dark,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
there's
yeah.
also like later in the book there is like it's pretty spicy like later in the
Mhm.
book.
Yeah. Ah, cool.
I know. I know. Because here's the thing is that I wanted to hold out on this book because I was hoping it would get better, but there is a certain I don't even know if it's not really a trope. There's a theme in this retelling, like the way that the retelling is told, that I did not like. There's a
Hmm.
dynamic that I did not like, and it didn't feel it didn't like feel gross to me, but it felt strange. Like, and apparently this book is not highly rated anyway. There are a lot of
Hmm.
people that did not like this book. Basically, like the main female character, because it's descendants of Wendy Darling.
Hmm.
So keep that in mind. But we have Peter Pan. Peter Pan is supposed to have like come back, like come to this realm from Neverland, and our main character, like you find this out later, but like the main character has a daughter who has died. She was actually like kidnapped by Peter Pan, brought into Neverland, whatever. She was like sickly, right? But it was easy to make it look like she died, even though I think her name is Holly. Like the main character knows what happened to her. So this whole book is her trying to protect her son, because she was like, I don't want him to take my son too. But Peter is supposed to have been the father of these children, and I was like, I don't like this. This is
Hmm.
but he's also supposed to be like super scary, and I was like, I hate this. I hate
Hmm.
everything about this. Like, I don't like why is this like, it's fine, like if Peter, I mean not fine, but like it's the storyline if Peter is out here like kidnapping children, like I understand that part, but
Hmm.
like why are we making him the
Like
father?
evil.
I
Yeah.
don't
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And the father.
like
Yeah.
I didn't like, because like she's like trying to get away from him, and he's like just creepy, like, which Peter Pan is creepy anyway, but he's like creepy and the father of your children. And he's not a likable
Yeah.
character at all. So I'm like, how did you even get into this situation, ma'am?
Hmm.
No, I hate
Yeah.
everything about it.
Hmm.
First month done, same.
So fun.
Ah, so fun. Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Nina, we can all thank you. You're the one who's like caused all of us to suddenly drop everything and be like, in May, we're reading this book.
Being
Yes.
hooked, yay.
Nicole, join us.
Yeah, it's always fun when you read it with a bunch of people.
Yeah. But also like with you, Nina, like because you know everything, when we're talking about it, you'll be like, just wait. Like I know
Yeah.
more than you do. Like sometimes that's actually more fun as well to be the all-knowing person. So yeah.
Sometimes it's hard not to slip up and say something though that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
Because
be like,
like,
where are you? What can I
especially if you
say?
read it a long time ago, you'll forget what order like some things happen in. I
Mm-hmm.
mess up. So I don't know. I like reading with everyone or just on my own. But like, I guess knowing is good too. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's like different. You don't want to be one or the other all the time, you
Yeah.
know? Like, but I feel like once in a while when you do get to be that person that knows everything or you don't, then yeah, there's benefits to
But I
both.
have a hard time not talking. I love to talk, so I say things, and I don't want to be the person that ruins it because I hate when people ruin books or shows for me. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't want to accidentally do that and then ruin someone's day. Like,
Yeah.
should we do another sprint?
Yes, that sounds good. And I can eat my pizza.
Yes. I will see you guys in 45 minutes. So how did you do that sprint?
I did good. I finished my kind of original working for revision, and then I got to read for fun. Yay! Yeah, and I had pizza. Oh my gosh, I actually did a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. Busy sprint.
Yeah, how about you?
I got to page, what am I on? Like 76.
Oh yeah. Wow, another like 25 pages or so.
And I'm really liking it so far.
Oh, that's good. Like, is it like, are you really liking the characters, or like how far into the actual plot have you gone in?
Like not really any plot has happened, but I'm really liking the characters and their dynamic.
Like
So
the
I'm
love
liking it.
interests, you've already kind of
Yeah.
heard about them. Awesome.
40 minutes on the treadmill. Yay, that is amazing.
You are an inspiration. And I ate pizza. I love the the difference. Nicole is kicking butt and I'm eating pizza. It's fine.
Did you read us at the timer? Oh, I hope you remembered how much time was left so you could figure it out.
Yeah, it's so stressful.
Didn't read or watch YouTube while crocheting. That is so cool. I'd love to be able to crochet.
Yeah, me too. That is
I
just so
figured out a bit, but it has a bunch of holes in it.
Yeah, and it's well, I like the idea of like you being able to calmly do this while
Yeah,
just
like you can just do it. It's like calming, and you can like watch TV while doing it.
watch TV, listen to music, like or even
Mindless,
like I've
and you
thought
just
about being in a car ride, like you're in just like
Yeah.
a passenger in the car, and you can just be doing that. It's like, oh my gosh.
And once you start, it's like almost mindless, and you just do it automatically. Got to chapter 15 before needing a shower.
Very nice.
Made it to page 243. That is amazing.
Must be pretty close to the end
67%.
then.
Got dinner in the oven. 10 minutes.
Nice.
Start to read it. My daughter's awake as she is going out for the day, and she is chatting away.
She's like, no. We need to talk, and then you can read after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always feel badly. So my parents, they live in New York. I live in Pennsylvania, and so once in a while, like I'll be reading. I'm like, oh, finally, I get to relax. And then they call me, and I'm like, I should talk to them. They're reaching out, and so I'll chat. And they're like, "What are you up to?" And I tell them I'm reading, and they're like, "Oh, we don't want to interrupt." I'm like, "No, you're fine. We'll talk. Like this is more important." But yeah, I feel like that's probably what Nicole had to kind of be like. You know what? No, we're gonna talk, and then I can read after.
Exactly 50 pages left. Oh yes, you'll definitely finish that today.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yep. A couple of sprints. I was saying I'm thinking one more sprint.
Yeah, that works for me.
If that works, okay.
Yeah, that honestly is perfect for me. Because then, like here right now, it's almost 7. So by the time we're like done and like come back and chat, then I still have like the evening to like get other things done because I have a few other things I have to do. It's fine. We'll get them done. Everything always ends up getting done, so everything's fine.
Yeah. Because for me, it's coming up on 4 o'clock, so I don't know. I just feel like get done in however like an hour, and then like maybe just sit and relax before dinner and stuff.
Yes. Exactly.
I'll probably have to disappear during this sprint so I can go to work. That is okay.
Yeah, totally.
So nice of you to join. I'm going to start cleaning. I've been procrastinating all day.
Nice. Yes.
It's exactly like that. She was nice to have a morning chat with her and share.
Oh yes, just like getting to talk with like a cup of coffee. Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah.
Especially if it's like nice weather and maybe you're sitting outside. That would be just so nice.
Yes, exactly.
Or even if you're sitting inside, because I'm more of an indoor person. But
see, I'm one of those people who I love to be outside as long as bugs aren't coming out crazy. It's like you guys hang out in your world, I'll hang out in mine. We can all be outside without.
Yeah, we can coexist, but let's not be. Yeah. So you're liking your book so far?
Yeah, so I didn't really get to talk about it too much, but like I really like the idea of her, like the author is keeping a lot of traditional things in the cozy mystery. So I feel like it's still good for those who love cozies and like the fact that it's kind of conservative, but the fact that we're also being progressive and talking about like, cannabis and all of the very beneficial, positive aspects of it. I don't know. I really appreciate that because I feel like this could be like a good, like book that introduces someone who's like averse to it being like, oh no, now I understand. Like there are many different reasons for why someone
Yeah.
may want marijuana and other things to be legal and accessible. So yeah, like I kind of like that they're talking about anxiety, they're talking about like pain relief and all these, and yeah. So
Yeah.
I recommend this book for anyone who's looking for to try a cozy, but that has a few progressive views in it.
Yeah. I'm awake. Well, I used to be awake all night and sleep all day, and my mom still
Mhm.
is that way, but I've been waking up at like 10 o'clock in the morning, so that's more. I used to wake up at like 2 in the afternoon sometimes. Like,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that used to be me too. I used to
stay
be
up
able to
till
sleep
like
so
3 and
much.
4 in the morning. Now I go to bed around 11 or midnight, so I'm getting better.
Yeah, same.
And my window open, so it's kind of like being outside. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, that's how I like keep my window open, but then I have the like little what's it called? The screen.
The
So then the
screen so
bugs
the
can't
bugs don't get
come
in. Yeah.
in. Oh yeah, so the author is Emily George. Yeah, so that's the author. And yeah, it says it's first in a series. So like I'm hoping there's more. You're always kind of nervous because like the one I have, it's an arc, but I'm like, I hope that people bought it and appreciated it, you know.
Yeah,
So
so there can be a second one.
exactly. I feel like, or there's also probably like I don't know how this works, but maybe the author like signed a deal for like 3 books, you know, so then you know at least 2 more will
Yeah.
come up. So we'll see.
Past week with me, 43 now. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's been really warm here too. Like it was like it's been like 70s or so for us, which is what like 20 something in Celsius for those who, you know,
Yeah.
the temperature in Celsius. So it's been fine, but I'm one of those people who prefers the mid-month or the mid-season, so like fall and spring because they're like mild in temperature, like they're just
Yeah.
cool, whereas like, you know, max 60s
Yeah, my
minimum.
favorite season is fall and then probably spring. I like them because
Yeah.
I like fall because it's sunny, but there's also like a breeze and it's just nice.
Mhm.
And it's
Yeah.
months for different reasons.
Yep.
These pain relief they work so well.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that it's working too. That's lovely. And it's like not like super like I like it because it's like usually it's natural versus having like heavy chemical pain relief and every, you know, those types of things. So like I feel like the taboo around it isn't like it shouldn't be there anymore. But anyway.
Yeah. Go to bed around 11 and wake up at 5:30 or 6 a.m. I could not.
I wish I was like that because when I have woken up, I'm like, oh, this is so lovely. Like I'm
Yes.
seeing the sun rising, but it's just I like to stay up silly. I get distracted and then suddenly
I
I
know,
wake.
and I'll be like, it's so nice to be awake during the day. It's just so hard.
Yeah.
The
Isn't
day is so
it? It's so
amazing.
nice. Yeah, there's like all these baked goods and she's also like the main character is like a trained pastry chef. She trained in Paris first. So it's just like, you know, they're talking about those types of things. It's really fun and yeah, like I love the pastels and it's a really great cover. Mhm.
Days.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Well, an autumn girl. Autumn is my favorite. All the colors. Yeah, all the leaves changing colors is so nice.
Mhm.
Too early to use the AC value. It was getting too hot to breathe without it.
I know. Well, that's the other thing. We're in this weird time where I'm like, if I turn the AC on, now I'm kind of cold and it seems wasteful, but then it's like,
Yeah.
so I usually try to turn it on. Actually, it sounds weird, but if I know it's gonna be hot the next day, I'll turn the AC on in the evening so that when I wake up, it's cool
Yeah.
and then I can sleep and but
Yeah.
I can think of it, which I don't always think to look at the temperature for the week, but
So, should we do the last sprint?
yes, let's do it.
And I will see everyone in 45 minutes. How did you do that sprint?
I did well. Finally, a sprint where I'm just reading and enjoying myself. And where I'm at in the book is that our main character, Chloe, she has officially decided to, like actually actively investigate, and the love interest has decided to join her, which is always very fun. So they're gonna like work together and become friends, and the rest will be history. But yeah, how about you?
I got to page 100 and I'm really liking it.
Oh my gosh, you have done like so much during these sprints. Like you've read so much. That's so cool.
So I'm liking it so far.
That's good.
We're at the part where things are happening. Like, no spicy stuff is happening yet, but the plot, like with the other gangs and like the motorcycle clubs, like it's
Like there's
starting to get
tension.
interesting. That
Mm-hmm.
and like they've already sent like a letter because they know that he's with the woman.
Oh, so is
that's
she
what's
like
happening so far.
is she affiliated with another motorcycle gang? Is that what it is? Or is it
No, she is actually his teacher.
Oh my gosh, what?
He's 18, so he's in high
Yeah.
school at grade 12. And she's his English teacher, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't know that when she first like fell for him because
Mm-hmm.
it was like before the class started.
This is like a Pretty Little Liars kind of situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Just ate dinner and played with Ellie for a bit. Sounds
Very
nice.
nice. I'm so jealous. I honestly, I'm back and forth, but if I end up starting to live in an apartment where I could have pets, then I'm kind of torn. I've always been a cat person, so I think I want cats, but I also like the idea of having a dog. Right now, I can't have pets in my apartment, but I'm thinking about it the next time I move.
75%. There was a plot twist, and sister video called me to discuss.
Oh my gosh, that is so fun.
Started on vacation. Managed to get to page 68. That is great.
Oh my gosh. Are you enjoying it so far, Nicole? Because we've all kind of said that we want to read it at some point.
Yeah. So glad we are buddy reading this. Yeah, buddy reading is fun. Except I buddy read The Boyfriend Project with Brittany recently, and I was a few chapters behind. And then the next morning, I wake up to a DM saying I finished the book, and I'm like, we were on like chapter 12.
You're like, wait a second.
We're on like page 100, and then finished the book, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, she was like, you know what? No, we're getting through this. I'm going to.
And I'm like, oh well, now I have to read this so fast. I thought I had time. I have a dog and a cat. Shelby doesn't make too many appearances during the day.
Oh, yeah. They like different personalities, a cat and a dog, if they get along, that would be ideal. Yeah, very cute.
So I'm glad you could join me for these.
Yeah, me too. I feel like it's like always fun when I get to come on, and this is like the perfect way to end the weekend, doing some sprints, hanging out with people before we kind of get back to the daily grind, whether it's school, work, and everything else. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Enjoying it.
Oh, very nice. Love it.
27 of Icebreaker. Oh yeah, I do want to read that.
Me too. That's the one where it's like there's like it's a hockey player.
It's a hockey player and like a figure skater or something.
Yes, yeah. That is like such a fun kind of trope.
I vlogged the one up today and she'll make an appearance in Tuesday's video.
Yay!
I have 3 books on my shelf. This one, Book Lovers and Beach Read. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking about Beach Read too, and you've read Book Lovers. Yeah. I personally haven't read anything by that author before, but I want to. They're all 3 standalones, right? Like they're not. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. Yes. Yeah, that's what Neva said, that Hooked is on KU, which is great. I don't have KU, but it's lovely for all of you who have it, because then it's like perfect. Don't have to spend any extra money on it or anything like that. So, do you have KU?
No, I don't. I was on sprints with Crystal a couple weeks ago, and she's like, "But you read romance. How do you not have KU?" And I'm like,
I know. It's like if you read romance, you should have KU is basically
Yeah.
what I've heard as well.
Yeah, a lot faster, so I stopped and pick up other books to give her some time to catch up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's smart. That makes sense. Yeah, especially like, or if you have like deadlines being like, hey, let's read to this chapter by this date.
Yeah.
So then you just know, like, okay, at that time, we're going to talk about it. So I feel like that works too when you're buddy reading.
Bingo prompt for this week as we start a new round.
Oh, very cool.
Can't wait to read this. Are you reading Hooked on Sprint? Sorry if I was mentioned this.
No, yeah. So we didn't really mention it, but it's through like it was kind of inspired by Brooklyn. So I've talked about it with Brooklyn, and we've said that like she was thinking about hosting sprints for it, where like everyone can read everything else, but like we as a group may be reading Hooked as at the same time, so we can kind of talk about it, similar to the idea of how our Ice Planet Barbarians thing goes. But yeah, so I think like there will be a few kind of reading sprints where we get to read it along with it. Yeah. Brooklyn finished in like 24 hours. Is that which one? Oh, that's the Twisted Love. Twisted Love. That's what it is. That's what you're reading. Twisted Love. That's right.
I was scrolling up through the comments. I couldn't find it. Twisted Love. Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. I remember I was on Brooklyn Sprints when she had started it, and then like 2 days later we were on Neva's, and she's like, yeah, I finished it. I'm reading book 2. I was like, you got through that book so quickly. So yeah, that must be like a really fun one too. Yeah, so Twisted Love, and now Brooklyn is on book 2, and you all are getting through it really fast too then. Yeah, very fun.
So I guess we'll end it here. So thank you everyone for joining us. Hope you got some reading or was productive during these sprints. And we'll see you another time.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.